got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. African Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, a petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investments in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had 2 options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other developmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
We're reaching you live from our studio in Lagos. I am Antonia Umor. The federal government have launched a fresh 50 billion naira green bond to drive Nigeria's environmental sustainability and climate action goals. Unveiled by the Debt Management Office in Lagos, the Series 3 Sovereign Green Bond is designed to fund projects that address climate change, including clean energy, sustainable agriculture, water infrastructure, and afforestation. The Director General of the Debt Management Office, Patience Oniha, said the bonds align with Nigeria's net zero emission target by 2060. She noted that the Global Credit Agency have recently upgraded Nigeria's rating, boosting investor confidence in the instrument. Since 2017, Nigeria has raised 25 billion naira from 2 previous green bonds issuers funding over 40 projects and reducing carbon emissions by over 75,000 tons annually. The current bond is the largest yet and carries a 5-year tenure. Key allocations from this bond include over 15 billion naira for clean energy infrastructure and another 15 billion naira for climate resilience programs and more than 16 billion naira for water and dam projects across the key states. Nigeria remains the first African country to issue a sovereign green bond, a move seen as both an economic and environmental milestone. According to climate officials, these initiatives are part of Nigeria's commitment under the Paris Agreement, where the country aims to cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 45% with the international support by 2030. Officials say the green bond is not only to protect the environment, but also supports job creation and sustainable development. The chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue, SOUQ Adedeji, has directed all tax office to open on the weekends throughout June to support companies filing their annual income tax returns. A statement made by his media aide, Dare Akanbi, explained that more moves align with the agency's consumer-focused approach and aims to help businesses meet the June 13th filing deadline. Under the new schedule, offices will operate from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays and 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Sundays. The weekend service began on June 14th and will run through June 29th. The Federal Inland Revenue says the decision is targeted at easing the filing process, improving service delivery, and boosting revenue collection during the peak tax season. We move to the Security and Exchange Commission, where the team says they are working on a regulatory framework for stablecoins as part of their efforts to expand cross-border trade and strengthen Nigeria's digital finance ecosystem. Speaking at the 2025 Decentralized Finance Conference in Lagos, Security and Exchange Commission Director General Emomotimi Agamba said the framework would focus on Nigeria's pegged stablecoins backed by verifiable reserves and audited by independent custodians. Agamba added that the new regulations will support real-world economic activities and not just speculations by boosting investor trust through collaborations, innovations, and transparency. The Securities and Exchange Commission has also launched a nationwide campaign tagged as Crypto Smart, Nigeria Strong, to educate young Nigerians, over 65% of whom are active in crypto, on the blockchain, fraud prevention, and long-term investing. In a related move, the Commission is reviewing options for exchange-traded digital assets and custodial wallets for pension funds as it seeks to unlock long-term capital and drive broader financial inclusion. On the global scene, foreign direct investments into developing economies have dropped to its lowest level since 2005, according to the World Bank. In the new report, the bank said that only $435 billion in foreign direct investment was recorded in 2023, just 2.3% of gross domestic product, nearly half of the rate seen as its peak since 2008. World Bank officials attributed this decline to rising global trade barriers and geopolitical risks. They say reversing the trend is crucial for job creation and long-term growth in developing countries. The report also shows a sharp fall in new investment treaties and notes the most foreign direct investment continues to flow into larger economies like China, India, and Brazil, while the world's poorest countries receive only a small fraction. New Zealand's Prime Minister Christopher Luxon is visiting China this week to boost trade, tourism, and education ties, even as delicate security issues loom in his talks with Chinese leaders. Luxon, who became Prime Minister in November 2023, began his visit in Shanghai and is expected to meet with President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang in Beijing on Friday. The trip marks his first official visit to China. The Prime Minister says the goal is to grow New Zealand's economy by creating jobs and increasing exports. China remains a key partner with New Zealand's export to the Asian giant, reaching over 20 billion New Zealand dollars in 2024, led by dairy, meat, and wood products. Security issues are also on the table. Wellington has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Pacific, especially after the Cook Islands signed resource and infrastructure deals with Beijing without consulting New Zealand. Despite these tensions, both sides maintain that they share mutual interest. New Zealand recently announced a visa waiver for travel for Chinese citizens arriving from Australia, a reciprocal gesture following China's similar move last year. Luxon says the visit reflects a mature relationship with China and that engagement is vital in complex global environment. And finally, for now, the United States President Donald Trump has signed a new agreement with Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer that reduces tariffs on key sectors as both countries continue to work towards comprehensive trade deals. The agreement, signed on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Canada, cuts tariffs on British cars and removes duties on United Kingdom's aerospace industry. However, outstanding issues on steel, aluminium, and pharmaceuticals remain unresolved. Under the deal, British automakers will be allowed to export 100,000 vehicles to the United States annually at a 10% tariff, lower than the standard 25% for other countries. Meanwhile, the United States plans to exempt quota of British steel and aluminium from high tariffs, provided security conditions are met. British officials hailed the agreement as major wins, especially its auto and aerospace industries. Talks will continue over broader protections for pharmaceuticals and further tariff reductions. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. The SOUQ business landscape comes up after this. I am Antonia Umor. Good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
To you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sejuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwater Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans, and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries, such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area, AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season, The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Good afternoon and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Omobola Sandra and it's good to have you with us. On today's episode, we'll be unpacking some key developments shaping Nigeria's economic outlook. Inflation is easing slightly, but food prices remain a concern for households and producers alike. We'll also take a look at the central bank's recent forex intervention, the growing interest of the United States in the Lagos Free Trade Zone, and the global economic ripple effects of rising tensions in the Middle East. I have with me here Mr. Impre, I have Moyo, and I have Olumide. We'll be breaking it all down, what it means for policy, business, and the average Nigerian. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
All right, thank you for staying with us. It is still SOUQ Business Landscape. I still remain Omobola Sandra, and I have with me here in the studio very amazing gentlemen as we dig deep into the economic policies and developments shaping our country. I'll start with Mr. Imperi. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Good afternoon to you.
I understand we just pulled you in, but you know that's why you are you. You're always, you know, in the zone.
Don't even start.
All right, and then we have Moyo Adibi. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, Omobola. Thank you so much for having me.
And also we have the media juggernaut. You know, every time I remind myself, I need to check the meaning of juggernaut, but I just always forget, and I just remember Olumide. How are you doing, Olumide?
I'm good. It's a pleasure to be here.
Are we good, though? How do we feel? You know, Benue and all?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's disheartening.
It is disheartening.
It is disheartening. More needs to be done, actually. So much more needs to be done. And I had to bring the Benue conversation in one way or the other because we know Benue to be the food basket of the nation. And we're going to be talking about Nigeria's inflation very soon and also food inflation one way or the other. It was projected that in 2025, Nigeria could go into famine. Are we looking at that at this time? I'll start with the first story. Nigeria's inflation rate slowed in May 2025, offering slight relief for businesses and households. The National Bureau of Statistics says inflation eased to 22.97%, down from 23.71% in April. This signals a slower pace of price increases across goods and services. Year-on-year headline inflation dropped sharply from 33.95% recorded in May last year. However, food inflation remains a key concern. Standing at 21.14%, prices of staples like yam, cassava, maize flour, and pepper continue to rise, keeping pressure on food producers and consumers. Urban inflation now stands at 23.1%, while rural inflation is at 22.70%. Core inflation, which removes food and energy costs, also dropped to 22.28%. Experts say while the decline is positive, businesses must still navigate high input costs and fragile consumer demand. It's a serious issue, and it's something that a lot of people would probably be celebrating at this time. Oh, inflation is dropping and all of that. But at the root of it all, we still have, you know, to battle food inflation, and then with growing concerns as regards security and all of that. The CBN has tried what it can as regards, you know, salvaging the inflation issues. But then people are still asking questions as regards, you know, fiscal policies as well to buffer or to support, you know, the inflation situation that we have found ourselves at this time now. So my question would just go to, are we really going in a good direction? Is this something that we should, this decline, the inflation decline, is this something that we should celebrate now, or we should still sit back and look at the real issues?
First of all, if you look at the chairman or the leader of the organized private sector. He pointed out something very, very key that we should look at. He said the government should come and tell us how inflation declined. If the amount of
because
food,
goods and services are still expensive.
Goods and services are still expensive. The prices of goods and services are still high up there. And people are still complaining. Nothing has changed. So what happened? How did the inflation go down? Because what do you mean by inflation declining? If inflation is declining, that means the money in the pocket of the man could afford more goods. Could afford more goods. That means the purchasing power of the man will be strengthened to buy more goods. But is that true as we speak? A perfect example of which you just painted, or when you reference you made to Benue, is key to observe, because even while I was watching that clip from Very Dark Man, and they got to a particular place where they pointed the food storage of the community that was burnt to the ground, and they were asking, he extended a question to one of the persons showing him around and said, how much was it? He said he mentioned about 20-something million, 20-something million naira for that community where they has, and they were just busy scrambling the ground. See, I think enough if the government is going to say, we have a plan to make sure that we have about 4 times recycling harvest period when it comes to agriculture in Nigeria. And then Aseni is saying we are trying to work around if we can use through information technology development or engineering tools where we can have like 3 cycles of harvest for farmers in the country. Then we should not be looking at just tackling crisis to make sure we tackle agricultural. We should be looking at tackling crisis rather, so that we can get down to the roots of the matter. Because the rice that is being produced locally and the farmers that go to the farm to harvest those rice, they cannot do that. If they are in places like Benue State, as we speak now, there will be fear everywhere. Because there could be a reprisal attack that is being nursed somewhere. So if we are looking at, government should also know that if you are taking care of something, this morning we're having a conversation, and the person said, look, if you want to handle the same statement we've made on this table, time with that number, you are planning for $1 trillion economy. And you know that in order to make that a reality, you need to take care of the power problem that we have. For us to really harness power to get into that stage where we're talking about industrialization. Then we can. But if you don't take care of that, and we are busy putting every other thing in place, power is fundamental to industrialization. Right. So it's just going to go, the same thing that has to do with this inflation. If you want to do that, can you just make food cheap? And if we are going to make food cheap, there are so many other innovations that the government can bring to work for it to happen. But all these are just paperwork of inflation decline. If it does not reflect in the pocket of the man, then forget it. It's
Thank
just
you very
paperwork.
much, Ripe. So core inflation is declining, but food inflation is still on the rise.
What's the difference?
Like food inflation is in core. But I think they mean one of the core, I guess.
No, but because core doesn't, have food and energy in it. It just means other stuff. All right, but then you now have, there's a lot actually going on at this point now, because you have headline inflation, you have core inflation, you have food inflation, and so on sort. But core inflation has declined. People are saying, oh, look, CBN's policies seem to be working, might be working. But then the fact that food inflation on one hand is still on the rise, doesn't that one way or the other erode whatever gains that might have been gotten from the decline in core inflation, especially looking at the fact that food takes up about 60% of household spending in Nigeria.
And it's not core.
That is history here now. So what do you think, Olumide, at this point now? Because a lot of people are saying, oh, wow, look at that, it's declining. But really?
I think, first of all, what brought about this decline in inflation has to do with the rebasing of the consumer price index. And the base year was brought from 2009 to 2024. So that's what we are just seeing. It doesn't have to do with anything like that. Now, if you look at food inflation, what's actually causing it? You mentioned one of it, insecurity. Look at what's happening in Benue, poor infrastructure, road networks, heavy dependence on even imported goods.
Yes.
These are some of the things that is causing food inflation. Now, you said make food cheap. Well, how do we even harvest this food for instance to make it cheap?
So there's a supply issue.
There's a supply issue.
So there's a supply issue, there's security issue, and okay, the supply issue is from the security issue.
Yes.
Okay.
Not just that. I mean, there are many other than security. We also talk about the transportation, logistics,
Okay.
bringing. So it's a full supply chain problem deficit going on. Also, I mean, security-wise, we really need to tighten that up. I think because most times we see these numbers on the news and it just feels like a statistic, but these are real human beings. This is a tragedy, and we hear this one too many times. Even if we take away the economic impact of the lives that we've lost, right? Even just we shouldn't have to live in a country where things like this are an issue. That we come to the table and this is what we're talking. Upon that, we now also have to deal with the fact that farmlands are getting burnt and eroded, and so many things are going wrong. It's really, really, really sad. And sometimes I feel like we're always looking at the symptoms and not the root cause. There are so many issues here. Even the forex injection that the government are planning to do. It's like, this is just, you're treating headache for somebody that has cancer. You're giving the person aspirin when you should be giving them chemo. So these are the issues. It's hard to get into.
One other thing is that they are telling us that the reason why they are saying that the inflation is declining is because the increase and the rise of things, of food, is the pace at which it is increasing is not the same with the way it decreased last year.
See,
No,
conversations like that come
up. So I am trying to reason
what it was pre-renewed up era. All right,
it's 40%. It was 40%. Now it's 21.something%. They are telling 21.14%, and they are saying, "Oh, you see," and that's not because the government did anything magic. It's because of the rebasing.
Okay, thank you very much.
So it's because of the rebasing. So we'll begin to ask questions. When are we going to see this reality? When you say there is decline in inflation, economic reforms are working and producing results, and it's going to reflect in the pocket of the man. It's going to reflect now 1,000 naira. There's that the value of that money. The value of 1,000 naira is nothing. Like, it is purely nothing. It's gone. Yes. The other day we were having a conversation. When you're talking about roadside, we had this conversation.
How many?
We had this conversation. Moyo, you remember we were talking about how 1,000 naira can fetch you roadside meal. That this now you're looking at. We're talking about roadside meal.
No,
1,500 naira can't even fetch
what
you.
you just said now, it just reminded us of the fact that we had a conversation some weeks ago as regards the fact that it is even cheaper now to eat out than to cook.
Sometimes, yeah.
If you look at it,
from that aspect again, it's cheaper for you to just eat by the roadside than to buy, because then when they were teaching us budgeting and planning and how to, spend within your means and all of that, they said, oh, it's cheaper for you to buy this in bulk, and then have it at home. Well, you can't even afford to buy in bulk now.
Because they're very expensive.
Everything is expensive. Even need to buy in small quantities is very expensive. So it's cheaper for me to just 500 and 1,000. I just buy something and then I eat and drink water.
At least know you're at peace and you can go to bed. Because people don't talk about the expense of energy that it would take to go and even buy these foodstuffs in the first instance. Now we are not looking at cooperative. Actually, we will start doing joint cooperative because foods are so expensive. This is very serious. There are a lot of Nigerians out there who now are adding money together so that people can go and buy in bulk, so that at least they can get it cheaper and the margin is not too high. That's how bad things are getting.
No, it is not. The government does not understand. I remember previously, was it in Obasanjo administration? One of the senators came out and we were talking about Nigerians. I want to reference something, and we were talking about inflation and how difficult it is for the man at the head of society to get food to eat. And how can I forget the name of the singer? They say, just let them go and buy bread and just buy bread and get something and eat, and you see the disposition and the just get bread.
Even bakery owners association of Nigeria have spoken out that flour is now expensive,
and yet,
so bread is now also expensive. So even if it's bread, so somebody said they will share, but sorry, corn for us, and whether or not we are still going to have access to that corn
at this rate,
is also highly debatable. But the truth of the matter is that the central bank may be doing what it needs to get done, because textbook speaking, they are doing what is necessary as the monetary policy committee that they are. Monetary policies are coming on board and it's working. We can see it from the core inflation dropping. But still, this food inflation is a supply chain issue, is a security issue, logistics issue. That falls under the purview of the fiscal policies. And the fiscal policies falls under the government. And that's where the government now needs to step in. Because I feel like at this point, if we're celebrating core inflation dropping, and then we are still looking at food inflation, I don't think we're really, because food and energy is actually, a major driving
again, I think I might have
for
to,
households and businesses.
I might have to go back to the drawing board and really assess what core inflation really is, because things are still expensive. I don't know about you, but everything's still, the transportation is still high, everything is still expensive.
Hey, when it goes up, it doesn't come down.
It doesn't come down. When you even look at it from a business perspective, for business owners, operation cost is skyrocketing on a daily, So if food and, and investments, if food and investments are an issue, running your company and all of that, if it's an issue, then what exactly are we gaining from this figure that they're announcing, that it has dropped? No, I'm trying to wrap. I'm really trying
to... decline.
The decline. Where is it declining? It must be my quality of life.
Let's try and look for some certain solutions. I feel for Lagos State, for instance, their food bank is something that can be replicated. I think we have about 2 of them in Lagos. If we can have more.
For 20 million people.
Hold on.
Food banks are getting their food from somewhere. If the agricultural zones in the country are battling insecurity, even these food banks, they will
not be functional.
Struggle. That's the unfortunate truth.
Yes, I understand that. We can have that. And I'm also thinking of government coming up with food subsidies, like having food stamps and all that. Let's try to.
The last time we had some conversation, it was.
So the thing is,
unfortunately, we have to take another short break at this time. Now we still have 2 to 3 more other stories that we need to dig deep into. The central bank is looking at injecting $580 million into the economy. Stay with us.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
To first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen promises. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Thank you for staying with us. This is still SOUQ Business Landscape. On to the next story. The Central Bank of Nigeria has injected $580 million into the foreign exchange market in May 2025 to stabilize the naira amid high dollar demand and falling oil revenues. This intervention helped ease pressure as the naira, which had weakened to 1,614 per dollar earlier in the month, closed at 1,586 naira 15 kobo per dollar by month end. Now, despite the modest recovery, external reserves dropped to $38.045 billion, raising concerns about the long-term impact of frequent interventions. However, improved diaspora remittances, cleared International Monetary Fund obligations, and Moody's recent upgrade of Nigeria's credit rating continue to strengthen market confidence and investor sentiment. Now, strengthen market confidence and investor sentiment with frequent intervention. I don't know, that sounds very contradictory. Do you think that an investor who sees that, oh, these people are always getting help from somewhere, what if that help doesn't come? Do you think that investor is getting his confidence,
Absolutely.
off of that?
For me, before I look at it from the perspective of the investor, why is the central bank ejecting that money?
They're intervening.
They're intervening because the naira is waning. The value of the naira is seriously waning. And their way of intervention is to make sure that they extend these funds to the verified banks that could have them, that could purchase this dollar. Probably maybe not at the official price, but at the price in which they can equally sell and make back some money.
It's not the first, it's not the second, it's not the third time that they'll be doing that.
They'll be doing that, but that's because as it is now, the naira is how much? 1,600, and so in order for them to not to do this, one of the bases or the way you can support the strength of the naira is to make sure that our foreign reserve is high up there. And if we look at it very well, it has depleted from $40 billion now to $38.014 billion or so, about $38 billion. So it is continually reducing and it's going down. And the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, through these policies that we've talked about in the first program too, needed to strengthen the naira to cushion the effect. Because if we depend only on the foreign reserve to strengthen the naira, it's not going to do that, and it is depleting. And if you look at it, one of the ways that we can also make sure that our naira is strengthened, if we have a destination where we are always exporting goods to, and because when we carry out export, we are supposed to be earning in dollar. Because if we earn in the dollar, it is going to strengthen the Nigerian naira.
Yes.
And one other thing that is working against the depletion of the value of the Nigerian naira is lots of demand for the dollar by Nigerians or by businesses. Or maybe some businesses in the country or some organizations in the country that pay their staff in dollars. In that particular sense, the naira becomes there's less demand for it in that little window. So for us to do that, we have to make sure that we are, like, for example, some time ago, Taiwan is not a sovereign state. So we had, during Babangida's administration, sorry, it's very, very far, we had a business or economic mission. Taiwan had an economic mission in Nigeria, and it was in the Federal Capital Territory. So China is like, yes, so China is like, okay, there's this grant that we need to give Nigeria. And if we're going to give Nigeria this grant, Babangida's administration has shown that it is in relationship with Taiwan. In fact, they equally gave them an economic mission in Federal Capital Territory. And it is only sovereign states that are allowed to have foreign missions in the capital of a different country. And he knows China does not recognize Taiwan as a sovereign state because there's this diplomatic row. So when they said we are going to invest like $40 billion in the continent of Africa, and Nigeria needs to partake, to have a chunk of that money. So he told, yes, I'm rounding up now. So he told, they knew that the body language that, look, just tell Taiwan, so because they already have their offices in Lagos, and they are now also in the Federal Capital Territory. That administration had to use body language to tell Taiwan to go back to Lagos. That means it has taken away that status that, look, you are recognized as a sovereign state where you need to have your mission in the Federal Capital Territory, which is in Abuja. So please kindly relocate back to. But if you look at the economic value for which that business was done in the first place, it's because we're exporting lots of materials, lots of product to Taiwan, and we are earning in dollars. And that made our foreign reserve, to increase.
Olumide, frequent interventions, do you think is sustainable? Because the truth of the matter is, the more we do this, it just reveals that, demand is higher than supply at this point now. Do you think we can sustain it? Do you think we can afford it?
First of all, this $580 million injection, I believe it might drain our foreign reserves and all that. That's number one. But I don't even see how it addressed the underlying factor, just like Priya mentioned, low income earnings. Apart from oil, what are we exporting? So how are we earning?
Human beings.
When elections comes now, there's going to be a
We're not exporting human beings.
Brain drain,
syndrome, brain drain. Because according to the report, diaspora remittances seem to be, buffering one way or the other. That's the report that we're getting. That the fact that we now have more diaspora remittances, even though that one as well is not supposed to be something that we're supposed to be proud of.
Do you understand?
Exactly, but it's helping one way or the other. But Karen, please.
Yeah. So elections come. There's heavy reliance on. In fact, dollar goes into extinction.
Why?
I'm not going into that. Please, let's leave that.
You can.
Let's leave that alone. We also have heavy reliance on imported goods. What are we producing and what are we consuming? That's another thing. I don't want to even go into the politics of that also. So it's a whole lot of things to look at. So I see it as just a fire brigade approach. Experts have always said that let's encourage producing more, let's encourage exporting more, so that, yes, more money can be, repatriated back to Nigeria.
I think at the end of the day, we know the basic things that we have to do. If you're not growing your exports, if you are not attracting long-term capital and foreign investment, and you are just fooling yourself. You continue to inject, and it becomes another subsidy part two, so to speak. That's exactly what this is shaping up to be. We have to go to the root of the issue and tackle it head on. Or else this is we're just sort of like fooling ourselves. The business environment, the business environment is not very favorable. Everybody's complaining about increased operational costs and whatnot. These are things you need to tackle. We are still largely a very extractive nation. We don't process things, we don't export things, we don't do anything of that nature primarily, and we should. It's not enough for us to be calling ourselves a mega city up and down. If it doesn't reflect that true nature, then we're fooling ourselves.
One other aspect to turn the other way around. Let's assume the government or the CBN does not inject cash, does not inject some dollar into the system to cushion or to help the Naira to stand this test. Things are going to be more expensive. Because the value of the Naira is going to continue to plummet. And when it continues to plummet, automatically it's just going to be that the cost of price of commodities are going to keep on going up.
Oh, that's the same. That's the same mindset with subsidies. That's why you reduce subsidies so the industry can be sustainable.
So if they do that, they understand the economic dynamics. That look, it is time for us to inject this fund. If we do not do this, the people are going to they are even going to be more angry.
Okay, so why is this the one? Why is this the one?
So why intervention? Why are we pumping?
Why this one? Why is this one okay?
You just talked about root cause when we're talking about core inflation, food inflation.
Yes, I did.
The root cause.
Yes.
We have a serious issue. Let us look at diversification, non-oil exports. There are so many things Nigeria has. Just last week, the news came on board as regards the fact that China has some of the rarest earth materials. Nigeria also does have rare earth materials. Why are we not capitalizing on that? There's so many other things that we can export. Now, he talked about processing as well. Why are we not looking at processing? Why are we not... A month or so ago, there was a conversation around the fact that anything that can be produced in Nigeria should not be allowed into the country. If we can have access to this, then it shouldn't be allowed into the country. Yes, it may, trigger some, bilateral, conversation. It may trigger some international, discomfort and all of that. But we need to look inward and see what we have in here. Why do we have to wait until every six months the CBN comes and injects?
Even if we start today,
to do what?
To do all these recommendations to correct the anomaly in the economic system, in the Nigerian economy. Even if we start today, we're not going to start yielding the result in the next 3 months.
We started yielding the result in almost less than a year.
No.
We started reaping 3 months that we have a functional refinery in the country in less than a year.
3 months is different than a year.
This intervention has happened almost 5 times.
You've asked a question. Do you want me to respond? Do you want me to respond? Yeah, you spoke for a while, so allow me to respond. Even if we start that, even if we do that, we're not going to start yielding the benefit just immediately. And even if we're not going to start yielding it immediately, the government still stands in the position to make sure it intervenes. And it's still going to intervene through this means that we're doing it, until we know that the actions, the interventions from the government or the system that we are trying to build, even if it is by way of private individuals coming into the frame or business or government itself coming in to take a core aspect of where it provides farms and employ people to come and work in it. Even before we do that, the government needs to come in and intervene. Yes, there are times that people have called, even Lamido Sanusi has spoke about these interventions and that it's high time we need to stop. However, we have not, because there is need for us to continue doing this. Yes, at the moment. And the government, we can't really all of the time blame the government in doing that.
I completely disagree.
A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step, right?
It starts from...
So even if we're not going to get there in 3 months, let us
we must actually start. I don't know. I'm not going to not start.
No, even before they start, what are the signs that they even want to start? You see, the issue is not saying that, oh, yes, we can't reap the dividends. We understand that Nigeria's problems can't be solved in a month. It can't be solved in 4 years. We understand all of that. But there is nothing that is even pointing us towards the fact that we are trying to resolve this issue.
No, there's a proverb that says the chick that will grow into a chicken tomorrow, you will start seeing
from the egg.
Today.
Great, I like that proverb. Before I said something.
So it must start somewhere.
Let's not also forget that the CBN has also tried to curb these BDC operators for a while. The corruption there, it's still there.
It's trying to curb BDC operation. That is even good. Now, let me say something. And I like what...
So how do you address that?
I like everything that you have said. First of all, I know what you have said, and it is very much expressed in the Chinese proverb that said the best time to have planted a tree is 100 years back, and the second best time is now. So if it is now, recently we heard that, okay, what is the sign? Because Omobola was asking, what is the sign that we want to start? Have we not seen, even in reports, that the government is trying to revive and to resuscitate the Ajaokuta steel? Have we not seen that?
How long?
That just was like a few days ago.
This is like a few days ago. Of course. So you said something that let us see that the government wants to start.
It's planning.
Let us see the government is planning and wants to start. Okay. Is that not a body language? It takes
nothing that shows that
no. We cannot say.
We've talked about
you asked a question that look, if the government wants to start, if we want to start, no, I'm telling you, I mentioned that Jaukuta, which is one that the government wants to start. We have equally seen when you mentioned the BDCs, that's what are they called? Is it the Bureau de Change? Yeah. Did we not see a report recently about them on how the government is trying to curb the proliferation of the BDCs across the country, and that was through the institutional instrument of Securities and Exchange Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria, where they were assigning. Okay, fine. They moved it from 2023 to 2024 to 2025, and now they've moved it to December 2026, 2025. For them but at least there is action, and we can see it, action on ground, to make sure for them to recapitalize, because they want to make sure that that particular domain is strengthened for businesses to operate. Okay. There are other issues, because if you say what is on ground for us to be doing that, I can keep on pointing out some of the economic policies and policies of the government. The 3 million tech program that the current administration is doing, that even 117,000 youths have been trained in line with that.
In your defense, wait, hold on. So let me just even say this. The non-resident BVN thing.
That's what we talked about. We talked about the fact that people abroad are the ones that are now supporting our country. So we don't have people inside that unable
foreign remittances. Nigeria is not one peculiar country that is getting foreign remittances. Oh my God,
is that the scale of it, of how reliant we are on it?
No, I don't think the government is reliant.
Not the government, we the people. The remittances are for us.
Oh, the remittances for you because you have a sibling abroad who's working, having a good life, and he's sending some money back home. There is nothing wrong with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibre. Can we now look at the debt servicing aspect of this, because we keep doing this. We're also looking at the fact that it's going to be a lot of pressure on debt servicing as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Ibre.
You're welcome.
Conversation as regards the fact that the more we keep intervening and keep pumping, the more we have to source out there
for more money,
minus foreign remittance.
It's a whole lot to take in, and there's so much we can do, and there's so much. What I was even trying to tell Priya is it's not as if the government they have fantastic plans.
Great.
It's the, I don't like using that word, political will.
Execution.
It's not even just political, right? I mean, it's easy to have a plan. It's easy to have a plan. I can come and tell you I have a plan.
Yes,
but do I intend to follow through? You don't know what's in my head.
When I say political
and most of the times I don't,
So that's the political will. If I have a plan,
I
bring it to the table.
No, it's not even just political will. Did they even care? The political will is, I want to do this, but I can't find the will. Right? Did they even want to do it? They just say they want to do it.
One person might want. Let's put it, for instance, President wants it. Tinubu wants it. He shares it with his people, like just
cabinet.
And you decide that, that's Tinubu's own. Priya says, I'll do my own. Bella says, I have my own plan.
I'm going to do my hair.
How do I make it work?
Yeah.
Well, he said something else as regards, let's also look at, the private sector. Let's look at people. Let's have another Dangote,
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Dangote himself has said it, that if he had another chance, or if he had known, he probably wouldn't have gone in. So let's leave Dangote. But how many people can be as successful? We cannot all but know, or we cannot lie that Dangote has enjoyed some, what do you call it?
Privileges.
From the government.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you very much. I'm sure we have so many other things that we would like to chip into it. One way or the other. A little bird is whispering, what about, ways and means? What about corruption? What about, the production? What about
trade deficit?
Trade deficit as well. So many other things that, this little bird has tried to whisper in.
You're looking for the bird, right?
Oh, no, I see the bird. I see the bird. I see
that bird in the studio. Keep whispering.
However, the truth, still remains what it is. The fact that frequent interventions, whether or not it's healthy for our pockets as a nation, is something that is still on the table. And what are these plans that the government are putting in place in order to be able to resolve the root causes of this issue? We'll take another short break, and we'll be right back.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, is a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management.
Think Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Thank you for staying with us. It is still SOUQ Business Landscape on SOUQ News Television. Moving on to the next story. The United States diplomatic mission in Nigeria has pledged to attract more American investments to the Lagos Free Zone, Nigeria's first private special economic zone. During a visit, Ambassador Richard Mills Jr. praised the zone's infrastructure and highlighted its existing American investors such as Kellogg's and Colgate. He emphasized that the upcoming 2025 U.S.-Africa Business Summit in Angola will provide opportunities to engage more investors. Chief Executive Officer of Lagos Free Zone, Mrs. Adesua Ladoja, described the zone as a top investment destination, offering integrated facilities like Lekki Port, warehouses, factories, broadband network, and a security command center. She stressed that the zone's growing ecosystem has boosted Nigeria's economic activity, created thousands of jobs, and leveraged trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to expand exports. The Lagos Free Trade Zone. The U.S. is looking at increasing investment in the Lagos Free Zone.
And back to what she said. Let us see the body language that something is about to happen. Is something not happening now?
From the government's prayer.
He attracted them.
Who attracted them?
The government attracted them.
Oh, no.
And Lagos was the best place for the United States.
So that's my question.
For them to come.
Why the free zone is only in Lagos State?
But no, it's not only in Lagos.
Controversies, but if we look at it, holistically, when you look at other trade zones, but you see that Lagos seems to be the thriving one.
Yes.
And some people say, okay, maybe Lagos is the economic capital of the country.
Yeah.
But the question around why, the government is not trying or paying attention or putting, spotlights on all the other trade zones.
Okay, fine, great. You see, one thing that is peculiar to trade zones is not totally made up by the geographical environment.
No. Okay. Yes.
It is also made up by policy framework.
Okay.
And it is not the unilateral obligation of the federal government to make sure that free trade zone or free trade areas are functional. The state in which they are domiciled must equally play their role. And you and I, we are well aware that Lagos State is playing its role in terms of providing infrastructure to attract these companies to come make their investment here. Most of the startups in the country, they have offices in Lagos. And of course, that is not completely because Lagos is the center of excellence. It's because the Woo and Woo, organization-wise, they are here. Major communication companies, they are here. All other organizations that are driven by business and taking advantage of the massive population of Lagos State is here. Look at the roads. Though we cannot say completely that Lagos has done excellently well or met up with the expectations of Lagosians when it comes to road infrastructure, but we can say very, very well that they've done a lot compared to other states. And I always said it to us, even you, Lumide, I told you outside the studio that, look, Lagos State, compared to every other state, they are 50 years ahead. even when we look at it within the framework of economic master plan, because you can see different administration come into place and you can see traces of continuity in the administration when it comes to creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. This particular, we're not surprised why American embassy is making this move and trying to tell the government that, look, we are going to attract more American companies to come and invest in this zone, which is now in Lagos. Let other states and the chief executives of other states make their states business attractive to investors by setting up the necessary infrastructure for them to come in. It's not an obligation, and neither did the federal government say, look, investors, come into Nigeria, the way you're coming to Nigeria, make sure you come to Lagos.
Fair enough, yes. But we also understand that Lagos has a lot of leverage, as in that aspect. Lagos has been built right from time, as the economic center. It was the former capital of the country, for crying out loud. It was also the port for a lot of things back in the days. But thank you very much, Mr. Perry. Now let's look at investor confidence. Yes, it's amazing how we now have so many people looking at coming in to, but the economic climate, the business environment at this time, is this the best time for us to have these people going with the, fact that in the past 2 to 3 years, we've lost about 12 to 15 multinationals, from the country?
It's quite a good one. Good question there. Well, while this is a good one because it's going to create jobs, it's also going to strengthen diplomatic ties with us and America. I'm also looking at profit repatriation. The money is not coming into Nigeria. Whatever investment they are bringing, they're taking it back.
I disagree with that.
You disagree? But I think the rest of us can also agree. I'm also looking at local industry competition. It's also something we need to factor in. So what are we actually benefiting from this investment, this U.S. investment?
More investors.
More investors. But the money, what about the money? Is it
going to... Well, you know what? I think it's a good thing.
It's going to create jobs.
Yeah, it's going to create jobs.
Nobody said it was a bad thing.
No, because with everything there are pros and cons, and we also have to see this as are we maximizing what we could possibly be getting from this kind of arrangement? The free trade zone. Heavily invested in by not just the U.S., China, and all other elements that are playing in this field. But then again, we must also be wary of being overly dependent on foreign investors, right? Yes. Because capital flights, which is what he's talking about, is a real thing. They'll make their profits and they'll go back to their countries. So we're here, So that's what I'm saying. While we're paying the labor. No, what I'm saying is while we get the jobs and we're paying and people have jobs, there's so much more we could have done. So again, we are like on the short end of the stick, when we look at it from that perspective. But I think a major takeaway from this is now we're talking about Colgate, we're talking about Kellogg's. We also, again, we need to go back, and improve the ease of doing business. Nigerian companies should be able to get involved as well and leverage on the infrastructure that has been provided there. Again, the free zone is also going to benefit from the AFTA. That's how they pronounce it. AFTA.
Is it the African Continental Free Trade Area?
Free trade area is going to benefit from that, and it will boost a lot of export potential. I love how everything just comes back. And that's the thing with the economy and policies. They're all interwoven. We have to be able to boost exports, because if we don't, there's going to be problems. We might get all the FDIs we want, and they will just take all their money back.
Okay. FDIs. That's why I said thank you from the beginning.
You're welcome.
Great. You see, FDIs are one of the instruments for every normal, sensible, smart, and intelligent government to attract investment.
I'll tell you to answer that. What you just said now, does it align
to attract investment to that country? And she rightly mentioned that in the past 3 years or so, some multinationals left the country because they felt, maybe the atmosphere, the business environment, the experience is not favorable. But it's not favorable to them. But since they left, we've had other few who came into the
they
country.
They also experience the same thing.
You know that their hand has not touched the fire yet.
No.
When it nobody will say.
But let me see. Few of them have come into the country and they are going to invest. And when they invest, what are the consequences? It is that the number of unemployed Nigerians that could be, no, just a moment, the number of unemployed Nigerians, no matter how small, no matter how small
so when they leave again, those ones will lose jobs again.
No matter how small the margin is, it's going to drop. And when it drops, it is addition to the administration or to the Nigerian people, because they are going to benefit and they'll be able to fend for the life of their dependents.
Over 150-something million Nigerians are currently experiencing multidimensional poverty. I don't think
this is anything.
A solution.
But this is just one of it. And remember, this is the word coming from the United States Secretary, is that what you call it, or an ambassador to Nigeria. And you equally mentioned that China will be coming in. There are other countries that will be coming in too.
China's engineers built the place now.
Great. Tolaram is the Tolaram, what's it called now? A Singaporean organization. Singapore and Tolaram partnership is also having a play here in this story that we've looked at. So you can see it is not an initiative that is singularly being driven by the United States by virtue of our relationship that we have with them. Other countries are equally having their own part to play in here. And please do not forget, Nigeria is preaching electric vehicle. I go to Unilag, I see most of the vehicles, electric vehicles. I have just a moment. I know we have energy problem. Just a moment, Olumide. I know we have energy problem. You go to Unilag and you go to other places in Lagos State, you see electric vehicles working. And when it is working, China has said we are going to build electric vehicle plant in Nigeria. That is equally a plus. What does that mean? It is a transfer of technology from China to Nigerians. The Nigerians that are going to work in that particular plant in collaboration with the Chinese, they are going to gain from that knowledge, and the possibility of replicating that technology is it's imminent. And before you knew it, we can start talking about Nigeria having a say. Talking about electric vehicle. No, that is addition. When we start talking about energy crisis and how Nigeria is going to tackle it. Of course, we don't expect, because we are talking about energy, and the Muhammadu Buhari administration said by 2060 we should be able to do away with green emissions and all of that. These are part of the master plan that each administration needs to fulfill so we can start edging towards that line. We cannot completely rule out the intention of the government to make things very, very good and possible for Nigerians. Because if we talk that way, it will give us a way that we do not have hope.
You lost me.
We do not have hope. And we are trying to tell Nigerians that, look, those on the saddle who are mandated to drive the ship of economic development in this country are not doing anything.
And I'm a little bit surprised, Mr. Krumale, because I want to understand the percentage of Nigerians that can afford an electric vehicle.
It's not even.
What's the percentage of Nigerians that I can barely afford, forgive me, a Corolla at this point now, today.
In Nigeria, do you know how expensive it is?
Because of the economy. All right? And then we've lost, do you know, okay, so inhaler, Ventolin inhaler made by GSK was a certain price. And GSK said, look, we can't afford to do business here again. We are spending more than we are earning. And they packed and they left. Now, something that used to cost 1,518 is now costing almost 10,000 naira. Because that company up and left. Now, we have not solved the issues as regards why these companies are left. But no, we are celebrating new ones coming in. So are we looking at short-term investments? Only let them come, spend 2 years, see our problem, and then they up and go. But it's all right.
The bar is really low.
We're very thankful for this particular,
This fire brigade approach. It's not a fire brigade approach.
We are very thankful for it. It's a free trade zone. Let's not forget that there are also a lot of incentives and perks that they get to enjoy. So at the end of the day,
I'm glad you know that.
Are we really excited about this? I don't know, because it's good for them. They get to get a lot of rebates. They get to enjoy some tax holidays. They get to enjoy certain things. And then, we just get to have companies in the country. Moving on to the next story. Thank you. The group of 7, the G7 summits in Canada, leaders have called for urgent de-escalation. However, United States President Donald Trump left the summit early to coordinate Washington's response after Iran warned of further retaliatory action, raising fears of prolonged military confrontation. Global oil and gold prices have surged. Markets react to the growing threat of disrupted energy flows through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical artery for global oil exports for developing economies, particularly in Africa. The rising cost of crude directly threatens household budgets, fuels, inflation, and may slow down post-pandemic recovery efforts, with supply chains at risk and trade flows vulnerable. Central banks may be forced to tighten fiscal policies, placing additional pressure on fragile economies. The G7 leaders have stressed the need for dialogue, but Iran's demand for an Israeli military pause before any negotiations leave the situation uncertain. The prolonged instability could widen global inequality gaps as vulnerable economies struggle with higher import costs, currency pressures, and reduced investor confidence. Experts warn that unless alternative energy diversification and stronger regional trade frameworks are pursued, developing nations may face significant setbacks in growth, job creation, and poverty reduction efforts. We're talking geopolitical economy now, and the impact of what is happening in our neighbors' private rooms, and what is going to happen or how it's going to affect us. Earlier on, we're talking about, diversification, non-oil exports, what we can do, what more can we do as a country, as Africa, actually. And, it's very unfortunate that these things are affecting us, because if we look at it deeply, should it?
It really shouldn't.
Because we can, stand on our own. All of these things, may or should only affect, the Western countries, because there are certain things that we can depend on as Africans, as Nigerians, without, when these things happen, to be like, oh, okay, we have something that we can fall back to.
Yeah.
But, it's unfortunate that now we have been caught in this crossfire.
Okay, so first of all, in the international political arena, no country is an island.
No country.
Not even the United States of America, as big, mighty, the world's biggest economy as they are not independent. They depend on other countries too for some critical needs. And they get it. If not, they won't be talking about tightening up or suspending the current economic battle and tariff fight they are having with China. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to, there's a threat from Iran that they are going to block it if Israel continues to pummel their military and their nuclear sites and all of that. They are going to block it. And if they block it, that means most of the most of the shipments that goes through that canal are going to take an alternative route that will be has a very, very long stretch. Yeah. It's more time consuming, and because if they do that, it's going to disrupt logistical timing and all of that, and that will lead to the increase that, like you said, that was in the story. But the thing is, how this is going to affect Africa, and that is where we need to be very, very sincere and open. Nobody expected that what happened between Russia and Ukraine will affect the cost of bread in Nigeria. Yes, and in other African countries. So if it has happened before, it has happened twice, and it kept happening, and we could see the consequences economically, we can see it, then I think it is incumbent for us as a country, not just one administration, to take a long-term plan, and this is going to affect our foreign policy. It's going to affect the way we do business with other countries and with the option or with the priority to protecting ourselves. And I don't think we have done enough in that sense.
All right. My question was actually looking at the fact that the reason why I zoned into Nigeria or zoned into Africa is because we are heavily dependent on imports. And that's what I meant when, if only there are certain things that we can actually fall back on when things like this arise. But it's unfortunate that, this is where we are. But what says you, Olumide?
Well, it's going to lead to a global inflation surge. Just like you rightly said, higher oil prices will raise the cost of transportation, food, and all that, especially import-dependent countries.
Like us.
Well, that's what Moyo said. So, and there's this saying, when two elephants fight, not that Iran is an elephant, the other one might be.
Well, the Middle East is
when two elephants fight, we know who suffers. I'm not referring to any continent or country.
But we understand.
Yeah. So what can we now do? You said it. Who thought that flour or Russia and Ukraine would affect flour and all that?
It did, actually.
It did, because Ukraine is the third largest exporter of grain.
It did.
Imagine.
That affect the cost of bread.
But we have grain.
That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm going.
Exactly.
And we
should be able to be falling back on things because we have some of these things.
But we all smile when we
they've been giving us body language for 60 years.
The government is not going to build bread manufacturing
companies. Oh my goodness!
It is a private business. Private individuals will establish that. You can do that instead of buying the Corolla you talked about. You can use the
open a bakery.
Did you hear? Bakery. Okay. That will suffice. The government cannot. The government, of course.
No,
we have farms.
We
have farms. So how do you go to the farm?
We have farms.
Yes.
Okay, fine. We know terrorists ravaged the farms.
Okay, so
but not all of it. And we have to understand. We have to understand that yes. Nigeria, as we speak, agriculture, we are performing below expectation because this is the area for which we're doing something very, very tangible, something very, very strong that upheld our economy before the advent of oil. And since the advent of oil, we've deviated from that part. However, not all farms in the country are being ravaged by bandits or by terrorists. And even those who do pasta, those who still do bread in the country, where are they getting their source from? So if you jump into the business today, not everyone is important. Not everyone is important. Not everyone imports cassava flour for pasta or for bread for cassava bread. Not everyone is important. I'm not talking about Dangote. I'm talking about Dangote. Not everyone is important. If everyone is indeed important, I don't think you'll be buying bread as though it's expensive compared to the average man on the street, but I don't think you can get it for that price. You get it 3 times that amount.
Thank you very much, sir, because before I go...
No, you seem to be thanking me all the time.
You're doing amazing.
I'm doing something good.
You're doing amazing.
You're very much welcome.
I'll just say, obviously, the Middle East is a hot spot. So things happen there. We're gonna feel it. You understand? I mean, even the Strait of Hormuz, as it's called, handles 20% of in the world of logistics. So it's a lot of things. For us in Africa, who we don't have very diverse energy sources, this might not exactly be an ideal situation for us. But I guess when problems like this come up, it tells you where you're lacking and the things that you have to do to make it better. That's about it. I just hope we don't suffer, interest rates don't rise because
that's another
and stuff like that.
No, there's tendency for that.
There's a high tendency that happens. But I'm trying to be optimistic. Apparently, I've been a bit negative.
Thank you too. Thanks to Mr. Pereira Krumale.
He has showed a high level of
hope. I started feeling like I was hopeless.
I like it.
So I think let's just
look
at the
positive. Renewed.
Renewed hope.
Oh, great.
That's right.
It's renewed this afternoon by Mr. Krumale.
That's right.
Not by an administration.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're very much welcome.
But man, I don't know. I wish you all the best. All right, so that's the wrap. That's a wrap for today on SOUQ Business Landscape. Thank you for staying with us. The truth of the matter is still on this particular conversation. The truth of the matter is Nigeria still needs to work more on its refining capacity.
Yes.
If we refine, this won't be much of a headache for us if we, have refined and we're exporting. We have a lot that we're selling in. This won't be much of a headache for us. That is the truth of the matter. So I'm optimistic, but cautiously optimistic. And that's a wrap for today. My name is Omobola Sandra, and I have here with me
Moyo Sore Adibi. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Moyo Lagos. Thank you so much.
Solomide.
Olumide Shokoya, media juggernaut on all social media platforms.
Okay.
And I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Oyinpriye 8 at Instagram, Oyinpriye 5 at Twitter. Thank you.
This number is still an issue for me. We need to get back to that. Thank you very much. Join us again next time.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was funded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing. Out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, there were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news, 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me, I probably could have been one of them, but I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles would not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the supporters club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the supporters club in America. In 1996, I led the supporters club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the supporters club, support of the supporters club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief, and it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia, 2018, I went to this woman, and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, That was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service, but the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in Angle 90, some people in Angle 180, some people in Angle 360, some people in Angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I mean in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. that place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the Supporters Club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the Supporters Club, as we speak, is Reverend Samuel Ikpea. He coordinates the activities of the Supporters Club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the President General because we have Supporters Club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the Supporters Club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the Supporters Club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the Supporters Club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of Supporters Club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the Supporters Club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8-9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sites have feeder teams. Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's where we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kanu? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. there is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't do music much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the
I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into SOUQ City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, SOUQ Pearl with Champagne Tower and SOUQ Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. SOUQ Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, Cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adibi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afternoon, and we'll bring you the world news here on SOUQ News Television, where we'll be bringing you stories relating to business, economy, and development from Nigeria and across the globe. I am Grace Komolafe. Let's bring you our top stories for this bulletin. Nigeria seeks private investment to bridge infrastructure gap. Nigeria secures global digital leadership role at ITU. Ghana's Interior Minister pushes for prison reform. And meanwhile in China, China reduces pig refattening to stabilize pork market. And lastly, on the headlines, G7 moves to secure critical mineral supply chains. Thank you for joining us, and now the news in details. The federal government is advancing plans to close Nigeria's infrastructure gap through public-private partnership at the Nigeria Private-Public Partnership Summit 2025 in Abuja. Director General of the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, Jobson Ewalefo, said the government is using projects like the Highway Development and Management Initiative, a Guinea Medical Infrastructure Scheme, and Dasim Hausa Dam to drive sustainable private sector-led growth. Vice President Kashim Shettima emphasized that the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan 2020-2043 aims to raise infrastructure's share of gross domestic product from 35% to 70%. He stated that strong collaboration between government and private investors is essential, while assuring that the administration is committed to providing a stable and attractive business environment. Moving on, the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative announced that $1.24 trillion has been accrued to the Tertiary Education Trust Fund from education tax within 5 years. NITE's Executive Secretary, Orji Ogbonaya Orji, disclosed this during the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding with TET Fund in Abuja, aimed at strengthening renewed tracking and transparency. The partnerships allows NITE to supply TET Fund with real-time verified data on revenue inflows from the extractive sector, ensuring accurate remittances and informed financial planning. TET Fund Executive Secretary Sonny Echono stated that the collaboration will aid in recovering outstanding funds and enhance revenue generation for educational infrastructure, scholarships, and research development across Nigeria and tertiary institutions. Moving away from that, oil marketers have increased petrol prices across major Lagos depots between June 11 and June 13, 2025, with prices rising between 1.45% and 2.90%. The ports like ITO, NIPCO, NENJ, Emadeb, and Pinnacle now sell at prices ranging from 840 naira to 850 naira per litre. However, Dangote Refinery maintained its export price at 835 naira per litre. The price competition follows Dangote Refinery's plan to begin nationwide distribution of petrol and compressed natural gas from August 15. Independent marketers under Petron and Ipman have raised concerns over potential monopoly, warning that Dangote's full control of refining, transportation, and retail could weaken over 10,000 small and medium-scale dealers across Nigeria. Moving ahead, Nigeria has achieved a significant milestone in global technology leadership as its Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, becomes Vice Chair of the International Telecommunication Union Council for 2025. The council, made up of 48 member states, oversees the global digital agenda, setting policies on infrastructure, access, and security. With this role, Nigeria strengthens its global voice in shaping policies on connectivity expansion, cybersecurity, digital literacy, and inclusive digital economy. Dr. Tijani stated that this appointment supports Nigeria's renewed hope agenda and offers new opportunities to attract investment, improve youth digital skills, and deepen international cooperation for a secure and inclusive global digital future. Right now, we'll take a break and return to more stories around Africa. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Glad to know you never left. And now we move to Ghana. Ghana's Minister for Interior, Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, has reiterated the government's commitment to overhauling the country's correctional system to prioritize rehabilitation and reintegration, speaking at the passing out parade of Recruit Course 125 at the Ankafu Prison Officers Training School. The minister stressed that prisons should serve as centers of reform, not merely detention. It described correctional investment as a strategy to enhance national security and reduce recidivism. As part of this vision, government plans to expand provision-based and prison-based vocational training and productive ventures such as carpentry, tailoring, agriculture, and bottled water production. These, he said, would contribute to a more sustainable and self-reliant correctional economy. He also directed institutions under the Interior Ministry to purchase goods produced by inmates, including bottled water and toilet rolls, to cut state costs and boost inmate productivity. Muntaka urged the new officers to uphold integrity and professionalism, assuring them of government's continued support in both policy and infrastructure. Still in the news, Egypt is set to build its first large-scale solar and battery storage plant. This is as a result of the $479 million major development bank financing. The 1.1 gigawatt solar project, combined with a 200 megawatt-hour battery storage system, will be developed in Egypt's Naga Hamadi region by Obelisk Solar Power, a company owned by Norwegian firm Scatec. The African Development Bank, British International Investment, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development are backing the project, which aims to boost electricity supply and grid stability, especially during peak hours. Once completed, the plant is expected to generate 3,000 gigawatt-hours of clean energy yearly and cut down up to 1.4 million metric tons of carbon emissions. It supports Egypt's goal of sourcing 42% of its power from renewables by 2030. Construction will be done in 2 phases, with the first half of the plant set to start operations by early 2026. Electricity from the plant will be sold under a 25-year agreement with Egypt's power transmission company. The project's backers say this marks a significant step in Africa's energy transition and could serve as a model for similar efforts across the continent. And away from that, Zambia is deepening its partnership with Japan to advance the development of the Nacala Corridor, a key trade route linking Zambia to international markets through Mozambique. During a meeting with officials from Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zambia's Ministry of Mines Permanent Secretary Hapenga Kabeta highlighted the corridor's potential to enhance export capacity and unlock economic growth. He praised Japan's continued support for infrastructure and industrial projects, stating that robust transport systems are essential for sustainable economic expansion. Japan reaffirmed its commitment to the project, emphasizing its role in improving mineral exports, regional trade, and industrial growth across Southern Africa. Once fully developed, the Nacala Corridor is expected to reduce logistics costs and improve trade competitiveness for Zambia and neighboring countries. Still on the world news, Lesotho's vital textile industry is facing crisis as the United States considers imposing a 50% tariff on its clothing exports. The looming decision threatens to wipe out Lesotho's #1 export and jeopardize over 20,000 jobs in the landlocked Southern African nation. Lesotho has previously benefited from duty-free access to U.S. markets under the African Growth and Opportunity Act. But in April, President Donald Trump added a 40% tariff to the existing 10%, prompting American buyers to hold orders. As a result, many garment factories have suspended production, and the United Textile Employees Union warns of large-scale closures if no order are received by September. The textile sector in Lesotho is second largest employer, and with youth unemployment already near 40%, the economic fallout could be severe. Some South Africa brands like Johnson Workwear continue placing orders, but the scale isn't enough to sustain operations. Factory owners are now urgently seeking alternative markets, with a final U.S. decision on the tariff expected by July 8. G7 moves to secure critical mineral supply chains, and we'll bring you details after this break. Please stay with us.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
You're still watching the world news on SOUQ News Television, and now we'll bring you the other part of the stories. Leaders of the Group of Seven have reached a provisional agreement on a strategy to protect the global supply of critical minerals, a move aimed at safeguarding their economies from disruptions. According to a draft statement, the leaders stressed the need for minerals markets to reflect the real cost of responsible extraction, processing, and trade. The agreement is part of a broader effort to counter supply chain risks, particularly those posed by China's export restrictions. In April, China limited the export of key minerals and magnets essentials for industries such as automobile, manufacturing, semiconductors, and defense, while the United States President Donald Trump said he secured an agreement with Chinese President Xi Jinping to resume rare earth shipments to the United States. Concerns remain over Beijing's leverage in the critical mineral market. The G7 plans to respond to any deliberate market disruptions and diversify the sourcing and processing of minerals to reduce dependence on any single country. Moving away from that, Indonesia President Prabowo Subianto is set to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in St. Petersburg later this week. As both nations look to deepen their cooperation, the meeting will take place during Russia's annual economic forum, where Putin typically delivers a major address and hosts a key international guest. The talks come as Indonesia, Southeast Asia's largest economy, strengthens global ties following its entry into the BRICS group earlier this year. Moving on, China is taking steps to curb a growing trend among small pig breeders who buy adult hogs from large farms and feed them further in hopes of selling at higher prices. The practice, known as refattening, has raised concerns among regulators due to its impact on pork prices, feed waste, and food security goals. Fattening pigs beyond their market weight adds up to 50 kilograms as farmers gamble on future pork price increase. Experts, however, reiterated the strategy causes price volatility, worsening oversupply and clashing with efforts to reduce gains used in animal feed, especially amid trade tensions with the U.S. And now Sweden's government announced plans on Tuesday to relax mortgage rules in a bid to help first-time buyers and young families enter the housing market. The new proposal will enable people to borrow up to 90% of a property's value, up from the current limit of 85%. Also, a rule requiring heavily indebted borrowers to repay 3% of their loan annually will be scrapped. The changes are expected to take effect at the start of next year and follow recommendations made in a white paper last November. To maintain financial stability, the government also plans to shift some oversight powers to the central bank, given its control over certain banks' counter-cyclical capital buffers. The International Energy Agency, IEA, stated the global oil demand will keep rising until 2029 despite slowing consumption in China. The IEA expects China's oil demand to peak in 2027 as electric vehicles use rises and the country expands its high-speed rail and natural gas truck fleets. However, in the U.S., cheaper gasoline and slower adoption of electric vehicles are expected to keep demand strong through the end of the decade. According to the IEA's annual report, global oil demand will peak at 105.6 million barrels per day by 2029 before slightly declining in 2030. Meanwhile, global oil production is expected to increase to 114.7 million barrels per day by the end of the decade, suggesting the world will remain well supplied unless there are disruptions by major geopolitical events. While China's oil use is forecast to level off, U.S. demand is expected to rise more than previously predicted, with the IEA cutting its estimate of EV sales in the U.S. from 55% to 20% in 2030. And lastly, on the news, a news update: the oil prices rise amid Middle East tension. Despite ample supply, oil prices climbed on Tuesday as tensions between Iran and Iraq raises concerns about supply disruptions. Though major infrastructure remains mostly unaffected, Brent crude rose $1.23 at 1.7% to $74.46 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate gained 1.08% at 1.5% to reach $72.85. The gains followed a brief dip during volatile trading, sparked by news that Iran had partially halted production at its South Pass gas field after an Israeli strike triggered a fire. Israel also targeted Iran's Sharan oil depot despite the flare-up. Experts say the risk of a major disruption through the key straits of Hormuz remains low. Still, global oil supply appears stable. The International Energy Agency trimmed its demand forecast slightly and raises its supply outlook, signaling that overall supply remains sufficient. Investors are also watching central bank meetings, with the U.S. Federal Reserve expected to issue an interest rate decision later in the day. And that's the news this afternoon on SOUQ News Television. On behalf of the news team, we say many thanks for watching. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Grace Komalafe. Have a good afternoon.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's a beautiful Friday edition of your program, and it's always exciting being here, knowing fully well that you are part of this, communicating, joining the conversation, sharing, watching, and being part of this communication. We say, don't stop. Today we are going to be looking at our brothers and sisters away from the shores of Africa. But before we get there, you always know, on SOUQ Pulse, we'll tell you the straight. Don't stop talking. Whenever you see businesses doing well, talk. Let them get better. And when they are not doing well, also talk. Let's look for what exactly is holding them down. When economies are going down, inflation rate is hitting 30-something in certain African countries. It has gone way beyond that. When devaluation is happening to currencies, left, right, center, let's talk. When you get to see policies that You might understand, don't understand. Ask questions. We talk. And policies that are good, we also talk because we recommend, we say thank you. And we also say, hey, we can do better. We are trying to move nations forward. When we see Asia getting on policies that are working there, we ask, okay, why can we replicate it here? When you are doing business with the West, how are they having the bigger share of the chunk on profit? Where do we stand? We just talk. We check and we talk. It's SOUQ Pulse. We are going on a break. When we return, we'll tell you in details what we have for you today and also introduce our guests. So, hey, don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Stay there. Yes, welcome back. Now, on SOUQ Pulse today, we are looking and asking the straight, direct question. How can Africa make the most, the catchword there being, make the most of Africans in diaspora? Yes. We have well over 160 million of our African brothers outside the shores of Africa. That is well over the population of lots and loads of African countries put together. Now, if we say this particular number is there, what in the best way can Africa utilize this number in making Africa grow in productivity? A lot of things are happening, yes, but now let's ask ourselves direct questions. We can't have this kind of narratives. We are not saying what the narratives are about Africa when we have this amount of number outside. Be it in leadership, be it in manufacturing, be it in industry, be it in any sphere, be it in banking, finance, in every part of it. Now, how can we make the most of Africans outside the shores of Africa? The first thing that comes to mind when we talk about Africans in diaspora is remittance, money. Those hard-earned, I repeat the word, hard-earned dollars, pounds, euros, Chinese yen, every one of it, those currencies that gets back here, sent to families, sent to parents, younger ones, in-laws, to sort out one particular thing or the other. You think they are not much, but when you put it together, it's a whole lot, be it in every sphere. Now, in 2010, we had on record about 37 billion in remittance. Now, by the time you jump to 2021, we had about 96 billion. Now, these are the ones on record, not the ones that were directly brought here in pocket and handed out in pocket. These are the ones that were transferred through either banks or one fintech or the other, and there were record on it. Now, aside the remittance, we'll still talk about remittance. How can Africa latch on and get the best of their own citizens, their people, outside the shores of Africa? To do justice to this particular topic today, we have a seasoned professional, someone that is not just in-house, but he's trained trainers. Please join me as I welcome to the show, Mr. Sam. Sir, good afternoon and welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Good evening, Chooks.
It's evening after, okay, good. Good evening, you're welcome. Now, we are looking at Africans in diaspora. Like it is customary here, we always start with our topic. How can Africa make the most of Africans in diaspora?
All right, thank you very much indeed. Chooks, when you talk about diaspora in relationship to migration and development, diasporas have been contributing to their home government remarkably. And in the case of Africa, you just give some figures that has improved year on year over a period of time. Beyond remittances, diasporans are contributing to development of their country. In addition, and incidentally...
can we dwell on remittance for some time?
Incidentally, this weekend, the African Diaspora Network is actually having a conference that seems to speak to the level of development and how they want to engage with their home countries better beyond remittances. When you talk about remittances, the money that comes through official channels that people send back home to their relations for projects, for development, for other private use. So that fund has grown tremendously, and beyond the remittances, you have diaspora networks that give us scholarship, that provide skills development for their different country. And they equally have to promote home country, culture, and other values in the receiving state where they currently domicile. So diasporans have a greater contribution. They are great motivator, even for their relatives back home. So they equally transfer skills. I do know for sure there are certain doctors who come from various countries in the West that bring their expertise annually in terms of providing some kind of services to the communities that are not based on any financial reward, just trying to provide some services to their community based on some of the expertise they bring to bear from the other countries where they currently serve.
Okay. Now, we will get into each of these points you touched. We'll get into them very soon. But now, let's now look at remittances. According to African Development Bank, the remittance coming from outside Africa, from Africans outside Africa, diaspora remittance, accounts for #1 injection of foreign currency, foreign money into Africa. That goes well above the loans African countries collect, and in some countries, well above the monies they generate from their solid minerals. Now, this is where we now tend to ask questions. Apart from what or which families, or to what extent can we see where and how these remittances, apart from services, to the families where it's sent to?
No, some of those remittances that come from abroad, some of them are targeted at developmental projects. So some of those money that comes through those inflows, some people use some of those monies to buy assets, they build houses, they create business opportunities here at individual level. Then as a collective, some of those diaspora network, like I mentioned earlier, equally contribute to community development back here. So those remittances, as they come, you see the inflow in terms of what comes in. But then they go into various sectors. Some are buying houses, some are investing in other sectors. So those monies are into productive use in Africa, and they have contributed in terms of economic growth and development.
Okay, certain countries, not a larger chunk of the 54 African countries, certain countries have floated diaspora bonds. And a lot of these bonds were targeted for infrastructure. Some have worked, some have not worked. Countries like Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, these are the major four that have had a large chunk of European bonds or diaspora bonds work for them. Ethiopia, for example, tried building a dam, which, well, they were successful to a particular point, getting that amount from people in diaspora, investing that amount from people in diaspora. Then Nigeria in 2017 raised 270 million from the same kind of getting monies from Africans in diaspora, through diaspora bonds. Do you see this as something that is sustainable if there is trust and if these projects are actually carried out the way they were stipulated to be carried out?
Even beyond the governmental level in terms of creating diaspora funds, some of the diaspora funding has gone into various initiatives which are community-based, and most of them has been successful. Maybe the ones at governmental level, there are a few challenges.
Full state government level.
Yes, so there are a few challenges, but I do know some of those diaspora network are trying to see how they can review those bottlenecks that occurred in some of those money that government trying to raise for development in their home country. So to a very large extent, the one in Ethiopia had a very successful outing, but then that project has not been completed. So they're still making some encouragement to see how they can get more funding. Various attempts have been made in Nigeria since 2017, having a kind of colloquium where diaspora, and you have a diaspora commission. The government has a department that is responsible that can aggregate some of those projects. But the level in terms of outcomes and impact based on relationship with government remain to be seen.
Okay, now let's also look at it from this other angle. A lot of capital markets in African countries open up sales, be it shares, be it quoted companies or not. Now, can we have a case where you must not be in Nigeria to participate in those offers? Whereby if, let's say, a bank, let me not mention a name, and campaign for free or give somebody free marketing. Let's say a bank in populous Nigeria decides to, okay, we are floating this or we are bringing this amount to the market. Can we have a case where a way of opening up that particular portal so that those outside this country can also buy? Everybody's saying it's going to be oversubscribed or not. All what the company or the bank or the industry needs is fund to work.
Those business channels already exist in terms of access to the capital market and the money market. Technology has enabled that process. I do know for sure that most of the companies that want to bring about public offer for people to raise, for the companies to raise capital, they always do what they call roadshows abroad, which is a kind of campaign to show up more investment from the outside. So that window is open. Technology has enabled it. So people buy stocks from outside. They have those opportunities to do that. So what you might be asking, if I get your question directly, to what extent can we scale up?
Yes.
In terms of the windows that is open to diaspora to bring back their wealth back to their nation. Some of them do that informally through other kinds of relationship. But I do know that the money market and the capital market in particular is open to diaspora to invest. And a lot of people have investment in those sectors. Even the real estate, there are lots of people who had opportunity, not necessarily coming back home, but they make investment in some of this sector. Even initially, some had issues with relationship by where they say relations are taking their money. Therefore, they now do it through corporate funding opportunity, and people have property all over the place. They have shares, they have stock, they have mutual bonds, all kind of investment instruments are now open to diaspora. And some that are not even be here in the last 20 years have access, and they have accounts in Nigeria that they even draw on to service their own relationship back home.
Okay. Few days ago, we had this form of communication. It was awash everywhere. For those Nigerians, I'll use it as an example, for those Nigerians in the US, in the UK, and some other Western countries, they were showing their happiness on their ability to apply for the passport and get it in a matter of days. Okay, now that is a plus. Now, is it possible, if they can get that done, showing that, yes, they are Nigerians, I applied, I paid, I went through the process, I got it, I didn't have to go there, it was mailed to me. Now, can we start seeing a case where we can now start maximizing and utilizing the expertise of these people abroad? Where am I heading to? China, as we speak, over the years, sent their own people to go to the US, to go to the UK and study. And that particular knowledge is brought back home. Now we have people that on their own, they went there. Now we have a whole lot of experts abroad. Looking at 160 million,
where and how can Africa start maximizing the expertise of these people?
Chooks, the first thing, or the entry point, or the starting point, is the government must create an enabling environment for you to bring back those expertise. Once those environments are not conducive, those experts are not likely to come.
Can you give a name to this enabling environment?
Yeah, enabling environment is that if your doctors, your engineers, and your ICT specialists or professionals are living to other places where they earn money, which is in tenfold, in some cases, than what you currently pay. So how will you attract the best and the brightest when that environment is not conducive for them to come back? So those are the core elements that you must deal with. So though you have a diaspora commission, what effort are they putting in place to encourage? We do know that government hires some people to come and participate in government so that the expertise can be used to develop the nation. But what is the ratio of that expertise that come in here? But those who attract the best and the brightest to their community find a way to provide for the expertise of those people. And those conducive environments abroad, we constantly make many of them not to come back. But you must have a scheme or a policy in place where when you bring your best and the brightest, like what Singapore did in the early 60s up to 70 and the early 80s, they invited the best and the brightest to come into the public service sector, and they were equated with whatever they were being paid elsewhere. So Singapore, for example, were paying money the way private sector were paying people, so they were able to attract the best minds into that sector. And Singapore has always been seen as a model when it comes about development. So that same initiative must be done. The government must be deliberate. So if you bring the best, what kind of environment do you create for them to operate? Do you have the equipment for them to operate? Is your security okay so that they trust your system? And I remember a debate where Obasanjo brought some people, and at that particular point in time, though I don't share that view, where some people were dominated in terms of remuneration based on the dollar earning they were getting at that particular point in time, so that they can use that expertise to improve on the system back home. But then once you have this reform put in place, then the government can attract the best and the brightest.
I agree with you to some extent. Now let me point out where I have gray areas. We have the oil industry, which is Nigeria's mainstay. The large chunk of those heading those oil industries are not Nigerians. Outside these shores, we have Nigerians in those same oil industries heading it outside Nigeria for different bodies, different firms. Don't you think government policies can assist in making those Nigerians outside come back here and work for those same oil industries that are paying well? And they, on the other hand, can now be able to pass their skill to other Nigerians. Let's start from the oil industry before now start trickling down.
As we speak currently, you have Nigerians who work for oil and gas here who are on expatriation elsewhere. So let's balance that first and foremost. So it's the responsibility of employer to determine who they can retain, even though you have the
responsibility of the employer based on the government policy and what to allow.
There's a percentage, there's a framework, there's a regulatory framework, a legal framework that is in place that you call the local content aspect, where a percentage of the mix, the job mix, you have to have a percentage of people who come from Nigeria that makes up. So that's that policy framework.
On that particular content, local content. Local content is trying to cater for Nigerian employees, somebody looking for a job.
No, content means the content here is
Nigerian employee,
yes,
African,
you must
looking for a job.
Not necessarily. No, the point here when you say local content.
Somebody looking
so if
for
you
a
have,
job.
hold on, if you have an expatriate engineer, maybe a structural engineer.
This is where I'm going to now. Now we have Nigerians that are in diaspora that are, we're not saying they are good, they are the best. Now we have this particular fields where they can play, but we have people from outside playing there. Is there no way Nigeria can bring them back here and say, yes, these people are playing there, but we can increase the number of Nigerians playing there too, so that way they can also be able to pass knowledge to others?
Yeah, the best thing to do is to invest in those industries as well. But then, if you have those expertise, like you mentioned, whether you're in the diaspora, there are people that are recruited from the diaspora to come and work in local industry. On the other hand, there are people who work in the local industry that goes on expatriation. I've worked somewhere in the past where some of our general manager went on expatriation abroad. And they were recruited here. But then the policy of those companies shows that you are taken outside your country to go and work as an expatriate. So the same kind of payment opportunity that you have elsewhere, then you are recruited and you're taken, then you work as an expat. So I have somebody who was taken from the company to work in the UK for like 2 years before coming back to Nigeria. So those schemes are universal practice. So if you look at some of these big manufacturing companies, fast-moving consumer goods, there are people who go, whether they are in Sharo, whether they are in finance, goes elsewhere, and they are expatriate, treated the same way. So diasporans can equally apply for these jobs.
Do they need to apply? We are looking at bringing them back. What are they applying for? They are where they are living a better life.
Yeah, if they don't have the desire, no.
Where they are,
let's balance
is there for
this
them.
discussion.
This is where we are having an issue.
No, I talked about local content.
Now, the local content is catering for community people or Nigerians that need to be part of that place. Local content is catering for people that don't have jobs, people that are applying. This Nigerian expatriates or living outside, they're not coming to apply for a job because they have one already. They are good at what they are doing. We are the ones that need their services. They don't need our services. That is where I'm going to.
So the point you're making is that maybe apart from government departments who may want to bring some of those expertise in, from the private sector, in my view, unless you hunt experts, they may not necessarily be where they should be. So the point you're making, if those opportunities are there, if the government regulatory framework favor Nigerians who have those expertise to come back home, they will come back home on their own. And there are people that have done that as well. And that's why I talked about in the conversation earlier that enabling environment must be sustained so that people come in here and they're able to bring their expertise to bear in terms of our developmental effort and processes. But I don't think you can make a blanket law for corporations who are multinational in nature, where some Nigerians are equally serving elsewhere in those companies, and some people are coming from other places to serve in Nigeria.
Okay. I think sometimes I'm using Nigeria as an example. Sometimes we shoot ourselves in the foot. Example, South Africa to be specific. Some years back, Main One had issues with South Africa because they put their own country first and put up some specific laws that was not favorable to Main One or the Nigerian company. I don't know, I'm not saying it's good or it's not good. That's also what I'm looking at. Nigeria and Nigerian government should look at how to put Nigerians also first. Where am I heading to? Technology transfer. It is not a given. Nobody will give it to you for free. Some years back, we were talking about this, I think 2 days ago, and you were given an example. Who wanted to buy China phone before? If a Chinese phone rings in this office, even those in the 23rd floor will ask question, where is that coming from? But today we are all using Chinese phones because what? They were deliberate in sending their people and getting that technology, whether by hook or by crook. Now we have Nigerians that are good outside here.
Yeah, Chooks, if you use the Chinese model, like I mentioned earlier.
We can call it Nigerian model.
That's the point I'm trying to make. So the Chinese model, so if you want to create a Nigerian model that you want to attract the best and the brightest, the government has to put a policy framework in place, just like China has a deliberate policy. So if you want to bring them, you have to create those environments so that you can absorb them into the system, and you must pay them competitive wages and salaries that they earn elsewhere. Or you're able to put those framework in place, like what China did.
I like it when you say framework, but I'll be happy if you can give a name to these frameworks.
No, framework means an enabling environment law.
Now you're confusing me again. Yeah. Put a name to this enabling environment.
Just policy.
Policy.
Yes.
Okay.
Put a policy.
Can we drop examples?
A deliberate policy. So the government says, I want the best medical doctors across the globe who are Nigerians to come back home. So you need to create those boxes in terms of their employment. Where they want to come, you create centers of excellence for them to work. So you are able to attract them into the country. So until you do that, it might be difficult. And that's what I mean by a policy framework or a policy regime that will attract those core experts. And we must provide some insurance scheme for them. In insurance, what they call key man insurance policy, where you invest on your most critical asset in the company. So to create that environment, the incentive to come back home, it might be difficult, particularly when you work in an environment where you're not even micromanaged, where you're not exposed to some of the political shenanigans that take place in this environment. So those kind of arrangement can only be successful based on policy. And you mentioned China, and Singapore did that in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s. So Rwanda is currently doing that as well. So some African countries are attracting the best. So the framework has to be there. So you have a diaspora commission. So what are we doing to see how best, beyond doing roadshows, inviting people for colloquium and all that, to what extent can you do the brain gain that you lost and bring them? And I had an interaction recently with somebody who left in the 80s, a professor of medicine. I wouldn't mention the university. He was the chief medical director of one of the teaching hospitals. He has retired, but he says in the US, he says he has an encounter of working for about 2-3 hours when they have specialized case. They bring a vehicle to come and take him from his residence. After that engagement, he's taken back home. Provisions are made to take care of his lunch and all that. And he still get a reasonable payment.
And he's training the younger ones.
Yes, so he's over 80. He's in his mid-80. But then the system and the environment still has a use for him. So they give him all the incentive so that the guy doesn't get out of the place. And he told me the last time I had an engagement with him, young man, if I come back home, I'm likely to die early. So, but if you put those incentives in place, they might be encouraged to come back. So I just gave that specific example, not necessarily dropping a name, to show that some are even interested. But the environment...
A lot are interested.
The environment is not conducive for them to want to come back.
I like when you say the environment, enabling environment, and all that. I would really like us to put some specific names to this. Now, we are going on a short break. You see, this particular level where we got to, we are starting from here. Don't go anywhere, because this is going to get heated when we get back. It's still SOUQ Ports. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV,
the best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa, rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Yes, welcome back to SOUQ Pulse. We're here and we are looking at how can Africa make the most of Africans in diaspora. Now, sir, before we left, we were looking at issues why things are not working for Africans in diaspora in Africa. Now, you gave us beautiful response, beautiful answers. But now let's get to this. Like, let's cut to the chase. A typical example, we had Bat Naji, who Obasanjo brought back to this country. Thanks to you. You gave us some examples. Did you want to mention names? I am mentioning names. Now, he did a power plant, a mini power plant project in Abuja. I still see it because it's still stuck in my head. I was in that particular city at that point in time, somewhere around Bega in Abuja, and it worked. And it took him almost a little over 20 years to replicate the same thing in Aba. And, well, I don't know the kind of spirit or guts that he had to stay and see this through. Don't you think that Africa is working against itself?
To a very large extent, it might be correct to say that some African country, we don't want to use one single brush, to paint every country. The point is, if you talk about governance and the challenge of leadership in Africa, then that answer may just be okay. But on the other hand, you need some degree of leadership, resilience, courage, which the company, Geometric, I think we're not doing marketing for them, but because of the kind of discussion we have, was able to sustain using the Abuja model of a mini power plant, and he replicated that based on evidence-based research, which was taken to Aba, coming to maturity about 20 years after. And that speaks to his expertise and ingenuity, where the system, to a very large extent, tried to frustrate him out of the system. But then he was so determined, so deliberate, and is a man who understands that the future is here as an entrepreneur. And he was able to come out with something that is going to be sustainable. And when that thing happened, barely, it's almost a month now, that has become a benchmark to see how the mini grid that has been put in place will be sustained. But let's come back to the issues of diaspora. So diaspora will come back if those environments that made them to live in the first instance are not made beautiful. That's going to be the challenge.
The environment cannot be made beautiful for you to come back, because if the environment is beautiful already, then we don't need you.
No, that's the point I'm making, that your question is saying that for us as African country or Africa, we must find a way to bring the best and the brightest. And I'm saying that the best and the brightest are not likely to come because of the chaotic environment, the state of insecurity that occurs in some country. Those countries that are using their services has provided a good working environment that sustain their expertise. So for us to be able to bring them back home, you must find a way, and use Batunaji as a typical example. If he didn't have a strong will in terms of entrepreneurship and resilience to face his businesses that he believes in, then that project may not have been successful. And there are a lot of people that have come from the diaspora who try to come back and see how best they can contribute. But 1 or 2, 3 years,
they are frustrated out of the system.
They are frustrated out of the system.
Can we give another example? Now, we have a case where, now I'm going back to the oil and gas industry because that is Nigeria's mainstay. Nigeria we use as an example. Now, for those, Nigeria is the biggest country, largest, most populous country in Africa. For those that are not still sure, let me remind you. Now, for those that don't know, our mainstay, government revenue, oil and gas. Government revenue, oil and gas. A lot of the contract that has to do with their metals, their welding, a lot of those particular jobs are outsourced, given as contracts. Whereas we know that those things can be done by Nigerians, whether Nigerians here or Nigerians in the West or in the East, wherever they are, or outside this country. Why don't we do that? That was why I asked the question, are Africans working against themselves? Because if we do that, we will be able to transfer knowledge, technology. What is stopping us?
Again, I'll go back to my earlier submission that if we must bring back home, and I use these words advisedly, the best and the brightest, then the government must put a deliberate policy in place. And you must create centers of excellence where those people are already playing abroad, back home here, so that you can attract them. So, for example, I mentioned the medical profession. If you must bring the best, so you must create maybe a cancer center of excellence, a reproductive health center of excellence, where you can bring the best that are operating elsewhere, and that environment will be able to sustain their expertise in terms of provision of decent accommodation, provision of very good car, securities to take care of them. Then you must put holiday package.
They can take care of themselves.
No, the point is that...
provide the security.
The point, no. They are being paid elsewhere. So if they are going to leave those jobs...
Pay them the payment.
Yeah, you
whatever
pay,
they were
paying there. So you must put a living wage or a living salary that can sustain those people. If you look at inflation here, and people bring back their money, I see the level of inflation here. So you bring your money from the other side, you a big man this way. So that level of initiative from the government must be put on the table so that you can bring those people who cannot transfer their expertise, their skills, knowledge, their abilities, and their attributes back here so that at the end of the day, the brain loss can be gained back, and that will enhance the development of the country. But the government must be deliberate. Then even private sector who want to hire those people must equally provide an enabling environment where those people can take monies that they take elsewhere. And there are some countries in Africa that are using the best and the brightest in terms of development.
Okay, now let's look at this. To what extent is mediocrity playing a role in this, where you are scared that if we bring in somebody better, I am going to have issues? To what extent is mediocrity in Africa playing out here?
Well, and that's a challenge, one of the challenges in African development and governance. A situation where mediocrity is sacrificed at the altar of merit, then you find it difficult to get the best and the brightest. And the issues are here, where somebody is going to get a job based on the federal character principle, where there's no minimum threshold for merit first and foremost. Then people are picked based on ethnicity, based on regionalism, based on political expediency, based on what I call political contracting, because on the background you are supporting certain government. Then when they come into power, then you are elevated from the level of competence to incompetence. The way we say it in management, people can be promoted from the level of competence to incompetence. So you think based on your hollow understanding. Mediocres are now elevated to a certain level. And that has become a major challenge, even in terms of productivity in the workplace, even in the public sector, where people don't have the requisite skill set to drive a process, but because of their political knowledge and collection, they are able to get into place. And or to be able to bring merit back, we're going to have a problem. And you look at even the recruitment process into the education sector, where certain percentages are reserved for certain people that are educationally disadvantaged, where somebody who is scored 30 over 100 is admitted from a place, and somebody who have 70, 80 from somewhere based on the quota system cannot get into the process. So you celebrate mediocrity at the altar of merit. And that's one of the bane of Africa's development in most cases. So we need to find a way to get at this political logjam where we don't canvass and we don't recruit the best and the brightest into the public space, even private sector sometimes.
Okay, now let's look at, we have several diaspora agencies scattered across Africa from the side of the government, not from Africans outside this place. Where and when and how can we start seeing them pull in this number, this huge number of Africans into productive force for African continent? I'm talking about the agencies, not just a traveling bunch, not just going somewhere to go and settle or look for issues of someone having problems somewhere that can take care of themselves. When can we start seeing this diaspora and government agencies, government funded, really be an avenue of getting diasporans to be productive in their respective countries?
Simple. It fall on leadership. So if you are creating diaspora commission agencies, and the role of those agencies is to stimulate diasporan coming back in terms of bringing investment home, in terms of bringing their human capacity back home. And at the end of the day, what you're just indulging in Africa is to have roadshows and go abroad and come back, whereas you're not able to have the trickle-down effect of what you want for diaspora. So as a collective, the continental and the regional bodies should create a desk for diasporan initiative that will be driven from a regional and a continental level, so that you can exploit that advantage on the government side. On the other hand, various diaspora network must find a way, even though these are voluntary associations, trying to give back to their home country. I know there's an African association of diaspora, and they are engaging. I think it's even from today, somewhere in the US, I guess. That kind of umbrella body must be encouraged so that we can streamline the various networks and we can exploit them for home country development and see how the various sectors of those diasporans can be represented beyond giving to the immediate community. Let's have deliberate policy in place in terms of coming to spend their vacation, and government can provide some incentive when they're on leave. We want to come back to transfer our skill sets, then this is where we want to play.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. We've spoken on this several times with just 1 hour. I get to stammer on that. It's just 1 hour we have for this particular program. We're looking forward to maybe adding some few minutes, an hour more. But we'll get there. But for now, I want to say thank you very much for being part of this particular program for today, sir.
My pleasure.
You're welcome, sir. We on SOUQ Pulse, remember, we'll tell you, hey, don't keep quiet. Now, to every of our brothers outside the shores of Africa, 160 it's that you make up a continent on your own. I want to say thank you. Thank you for being African. Thank you for remembering Africa. Now Africa needs to grow. The beautiful thing is that for every African out there, they know where they come from. They remember home. Now, apart from those remittances, just like Mr. Sam have said, to family, to community, we need to start investing. It's my responsibility, it's the responsibility of every other person right on this continent to make it possible for you to do what you really want to do. Nobody wants to put his money and nobody is able to account for it. So we will try and do our own part. But on your own side, remember Africa. Africa needs to join this race. It is a race, no matter what anybody says. I want to say thank you for watching SOUQ Pulse today. We look forward to doing this again on Monday. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Have a beautiful weekend.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety An example is Lasma in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas, and we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of us. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we're not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, We gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they built the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the... But they are doing a good work, because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has, many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. You know, initially, NDPAC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPAC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPAC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPAC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, you know how wide that sector, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. For specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point, there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What will the intelligent
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.